Summer is the sport. One we can all win it by unlocking summer with Vodapay. Take Rajesh, Rajaja, pure composer, as he gets 70% off his holiday shopping.
I am such a champ right now.
Tama, #1 groovies, posting YouTube shorts for 31 Saturdays. Bona, a content queen. Now that's what you call stamina. Nomsa, social media champ, aka Siacheta anytime to mom, unlocking data and airtime to organize a summer get together. This summer, we are not just players, we are all champions. Unlock your summer with Vodapay and get your share of 500 million rand in cash and rewards. Further together, Vodacom.
Okay, good morning, everyone. And you know what? Please allow me to just extend a very, very warm Valentine's morning to you. So, to everyone on the platform, happy Valentine's. I hope that you've managed to wish someone in your life, someone special, a happy Valentine's Day. It is a day of love, And yes, my blood is red, I think that we have the perfect color in Vodacom, to represent this auspicious day. So yes, it is Valentine's Day. I'm one of those people that are quite frantic about, special days during the year. Blame my wife for it. But yeah, happy Valentine's Day to everyone. I hope that you do have a blessed day today. We do have a very, very nice lineup for you. But before we actually go into that, I hope you are in a good space, woke up with a smile today. It is a brand new day, and also are looking forward to, possibly starting within the company, I'm also, enjoying my day today. I've done my school run. I've been up and down. I have two boys. One is a 5-month-old and the other one is a 6-year-old. And let me just let you know. So yesterday, I just, he reminded me after the school run that it's actually Valentine's Day. So I decided to get some, a gift box for mommy, with chocolates and some of the stuff that she loves, her favorite items, bought it, put it together, got it somewhere, wrapped with ribbons and what's or not. And my wife, she's not a flowers person, to put it mildly. And I think that she loves wildflowers that grow around the gardens, around the garden. That's what she loves. So I got the pack, put it up, wrapped it up quite nicely. When he saw it, he made a deal with his mom that he'll take a few chocolates, and some of the stuff that I bought for mommy, and he'll take it to his teacher, and mommy agrees to that, So I felt a little bit, betrayed in a way, but I know that my son is very, very fond of his school teacher, and it's coming from a very, very good place. So yeah, so this morning I took him to school with a small gift box from my gift box, and so that he gives to his teacher. Yeah, so it's quite a morning this morning, and yeah, so I'm good. And how are you? Are you in a good space? Are you well? Are you still in covers, perhaps, still in PJs? I know that sometimes when I do join virtual sessions myself, I'll be in the lounge, on the couch with my, cup and, enjoying the session. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Yes, it is quite thoughtful. And so that, I'm just a hopeless romantic, I really am. And I love any day that's worth celebrating. I'm always looking for days for celebration, people's birthdays. I love birthdays to bits. I want to get cakes. I want to get, I'm still anticipating Christmas. That's why I have my Christmas hat not very far away from me also as well, because I'm just that person, I love, wrapping up presents and putting together interesting things for family also as well. But without further ado, I'm in a very, very good space. I always am. I just want to live this with you, if you can allow me to, you choose how you'd like to live. There's something called life by design. I'm an optimist personally. And, the moment that I wake up, I just turn the lights on. I look forward to the day. And I'm not saying that everything in my life is perfect. Lord knows that there's quite a lot of things that are going sideways and, but I choose how I react to everything, I don't like waking up angry. I don't want to wake up negative. I always wake up with a smile. I find reasons to, to make me happy, because I'm also in an industry that requires me to be at my best at all times. So it means that because I sit within HR, and you'll notice that even on my golf shirt, it's L&D, it's leadership development, it's learning and development. So I support people in business. My role is to do that. So it's a supportive role. So it means that if I wake up, on a positive, I'm able to better support everyone. I am able to even function at a higher level in most cases. I don't know whether that does make sense or not. So I always want to give it my best. And I still say, even today, if you enjoy what you do, you will never work a single day in your life. Okay? So play at work. Have fun. That's the most important thing. Okay? So without keeping you longer, I just want to show you what to expect for the day. So I'll just have my presentation up. So it's just you and I, and Shebs also as well later on. Okay? So let me just show you what to expect. So I do have my deck up right now. And again, welcome to Vodacom. Okay. And by welcoming you to the company, it's so exciting to have you here. Before we just, dive into the agenda, I would like to know where you are, where your headspace is at, Let me just move into the check-in, the slide before this one. Okay. I would like us to just do a short exercise, if you don't mind. Okay, just the slide before this one, the welcoming and checking in. I'd like us to just do a quick check-in. I do believe that you do have options in terms of buttons. One of them is called a photo booth. I just want you this morning, since it is Valentine's, please take a pic and upload it so that we get to see where you are. It doesn't matter how you look. I also don't have my makeup on. So yeah, just, go into the photo booth, take a pic. I'll also do the same from my end and upload it, so that we can possibly just create a collage and we can own our experience, So I'm actually in the lobby, the auditorium right now, and I'm uploading a pic. I'm taking one right now as we speak. So please also do the same on your end. Let's do that, I'm taking a pic and uploading it quickly into the photo booth of me on Valentine's Day this morning. Perfect. So yes, please send those pics through, upload those beautiful images. We'd like to see how you are looking this morning. I'm sure that everyone is absolutely looking fab. And then later on, we'll just put it together and form a collage of some sort. Okay? Please upload those images. Okay. I do hope that you are in a good space and you do have your cup ready next to you. And let's begin. So it begins. So this is our agenda for the day. So it's just a basic introduction into Vodacom, who we are, a brief history around Vodacom so that you get to know the company that you're working for. I also have a pre-recorded video from the CEO to welcome you as a new joiner in our family, just in case you're one of those people that are wondering what to expect, or rather what's expected of me in the role that I'll be fulfilling. And, where is the company going? What does the strategy look like? What does culture mean in this particular organization? I want you to hear it from the group CEO himself, welcoming you and giving you, just insights and infographic also as well around how we are shaped as a business, essentially. You'll also get an opportunity to meet or rather to see, what the leadership structure looks like around Vodacom VSA. Which is Vodacom South Africa, what our leadership SLT stands for, Senior Leadership Team, who's who sits where, and just in case, because you're going to be placed in different business units, So just in case you want to know what our footprint looks like around Vodacom South Africa, I'll get to show you that. And then Shebs will come through at 10 o'clock to talk to you around the spirit, the culture, and the strategy, just to unpack it further and give you a first-hand experience in making our spirit come alive. Okay, then I'll dive back in again at 1 o'clock, whereby I will be talking to you around everything Vodacom. And when I say everything Vodacom, I'm sure that some people are wondering, because Kwazi mentioned yesterday that we are part of the bigger, global entity, which is Vodafone. And he mentioned that Vodafone owns 65% of our stake. I want us to go down that journey so that you get to see, what happened. How did that journey, evolve, and how did things actually come together? So we'll have a conversation around that, and then we'll start talking to some of our iconic buildings. Just in case you are in Midrand, there's Voda World. What does Voda World mean to Vodacom South Africa? Because it's not just a building that's based in Johannesburg. It's our iconic building. I just want to do a deep dive around it so that you get to see how we see it. And then we'll talk to customer centricity, meaning that how we view our customers. What is our customer value proposition? And then we'll talk to you around NPS, which is your Net Promoter Score, and your TNPS, which is your Touch Point Net Promoter Score. So these are metrics that we use to measure customer satisfaction. What do they mean for us? Then we'll dive into virtual tours. I have 2 tours for you, which is the warehouse tour and the data center. And as soon as we're done with those tours, we're checking out and making sure that we leave on a happy note. Okay? Good so far? Sure. So when we move on, you know what? I will not do this section any justice if I do not, remember, you're my audience, you're my clients. I need to know what your expectations look like. From an onboarding experience, from an orientation perspective, what do you expect to see in this session? Or rather, in this entire experience, what are your expectations looking like? What do they look like? Please, in the comments box, share what's on your mind. What do you expect? And the reason that, we're even asking this question, or this ask from you, is that, in order to fulfill your expectations, we need to know what they are. So we just want to make sure that we align. We know what you're thinking. We know what you're expecting out of this entire journey. And to better support you, essentially. So please, in the comments box, if you don't mind, just post what is it that you would like to see as part of your experience coming into a brand new company. I mean, it's a life-changing experience right now, for someone. You might be looking forward to different things. What do they look like? Do you have aspirations of meeting your team face to face? You'd like to know the strategy, perhaps a little bit much more, and in-depth knowledge around that. Or you're just one of those people that are going like, what's really, lifestyle happens to be very important for me. I want to know, the different social clubs that are available within Vodacom so that I see how I can strive for that work-life balance. Yeah. What does that look like for you? What are your expectations? Please list them so that we know. Okay. And, I had someone asking me offline yesterday that, really, do I need to buy myself a cup of coffee? And we do have free coffee that we provide also as well in the workplace. However, should you want to buy yourself a cup of coffee in any of the canteens, you are more than welcome to do that. Okay. But we do have free coffee for staff, free coffee, tea. There's coffee stations in all of our buildings. Okay. So comments. Just looking at comments, expectations. Please list those there. I need to know what your expectations look like, and I can see that comments are coming in. Okay. I'm saying that learn more about Vodacom as a brand. Okay. And to get full insights about Vodacom. So, full insights, I'll unpack the journey and what it means, details around pension, medical aid, as well as potential long term opportunities in Vodacom, locally and internationally. Okay, noted. Noted. And it's quite important to know what you are expecting out of these sessions, because we can't just go wholeheartedly and assume that this needs to be an engagement session. It needs to, you need to be present, and we need to get insights from you. Okay, more detail about packages and Vodacom workplace workflow. Okay, so it's basically just information, more information about us, more information about how we do stuff, and yeah. So I'll see how we can push that. I'll also let him Basi know also as well. What it is that the team can actually do to support you better. Okay, so moving on. So please, in as much as my expectation is that your expectations might evolve. Maybe you might have a different expectation as we proceed, with some of these presentations. List them also as well. Let us know, if they change, if they evolve, please just share under the comments box. Let us know what it is that's on your mind. Okay, so moving on. You will notice that, on this particular slide, please notice that my slides are not content heavy, because I try to make them as light as possible, to avoid having a slide that's full of, notes and what's or not. My intent is just to go through the slide with you and give you, the essential information. Like the fact that, for instance, right now, I'm about to tell you that, did you know? I know that someone in the background is going like, oh, here we go again, Zweli. Okay. So this one is quite an interesting fact. Did you know that Vodacom is an acronym? Yes, Vodacom is an acronym. And it stands for the following. It's voice, data, communication. Okay? So, yes, it is an acronym, voice, data, communication. And a few things that I'd like to share with you around Vodacom before we just get, a video around the timeline play, is that Vodacom, although we got our license in 1993, we started operating in South Africa in 1994. That's when we launched the Vodacom brand in South Africa. And Telkom was also involved, meaning that they also owned a stake within Vodacom. Vodafone has always been part of the family from inception. They're the reason why we are as big as we are right now in South Africa, which makes it so nice also as well. So Vodacom was a parastatal. Telkom did own a stake. And the reason that I'm thinking Eskom, like you'll notice, Vodacom, Eskom, and Telkom also as well, So, but in any case, we were the first ones to actually come up with the concept of prepaid, meaning that before us, no one was using prepaid, We launched prepaid into the market. We are the pioneers around prepaid. So those are some of the milestones that we celebrate from time to time. And I spoke about, the ads that you see in Vodacom, as to why would someone work for Vodacom. My calling was when looking at those beautiful ads that spoke to what South Africa was, that made me, to even consider working within the Red family. I'm just reading one of the comments. It says, I would like to know what type of courses we'll be doing in the grad program. I think that Timbasi will be able to share those expectations with you. However, if you can just allow me to, I'd like to just play a short clip that shows you our brief timeline and what our footprint in South Africa looks like. Okay, so here's a video.
Where were you when the voiceless finally had a voice? were you when we became world champions? Where were you when millions of South Africans were connected for the first time?
Hello?
Where were you when the world came to us? Where were you when families could travel miles in seconds? For 20 years, we've invested in the quality of our network and enriching the lives of all South Africans.
Okay, so I bet, and the older generation, or rather people that have known about the brand for quite a while, the moment that they think Vodacom, they always used to associate it with that Yebo Gogo. So as part of my presentation, I'll also be showing you the brand migration. I understand that some people might have identified with the bluer, Vodacom, and how it did we transition from the old branding to the new branding also as well. Some customers, might, allude to that, but without any further ado, I want us to just move on to the next slide. I want to just show you what our footprint looks like. We are not just in South Africa. Okay, we occupy different markets across the world, across Africa. I'll start with an African footprint. And I wanted to let you know that aside from some of our operational markets, such as Lesotho, you'll see Mozambique, Tanzania, which is Safaricom, Kenya, the DRC, which is the Democratic Republic of Congo. We also do have new markets that have recently emerged or we've stretched our footprint into. I'm referring to the likes of Ethiopia. Now we are also in Ethiopia, and we are also in, I know that Vodafone Ghana happens to be one of our markets also as well. Vodafone Ghana, you'll notice that it's Vodafone, not Vodacom. We are more like, Ghana, the market Ghana is more like a stepchild. So we are just looking after Ghana at the moment. So it also happens to be one of our markets, and Egypt also as well, more excitingly. I remember about last week, we were in an HR call with Egypt and meeting all of our colleagues in Egypt. Very, very exciting time. So we are expanding our African footprint, and we are quite deliberate what our intentions look like for Africa. We want to extend throughout all of Africa, but we want to also be deliberate and strategic, meaning that we are eyeing or targeting markets that will generate a value for customers and us essentially. So without further ado, I'd just like to show you what our intentions for Africa look like from a connectivity and enablement perspective. So I'll just play the video.
When you arrive in Africa, you realize that Africa has arrived. This continent was once upon a time the black sheep of the world. Today, it's a shining beacon of possibility and prosperity. All along, one partner, born and bred in Africa, believed in it enough to change it, believed in it enough to invest the time, money, and effort to make it stand tall amongst the best in the world. Once upon a time, these streets were dusty avenues that led nowhere. Today, there are more than 500,000 kilometers of fiber optic cable running beneath them, connecting every single building to the rest of the world with high-speed data as quick as you find anywhere. Enabling businesses to grow and people to communicate, entrepreneurs to prosper. Once upon a time, the sky above us was as empty as it is infinite. Today, world-class satellites roam about freely, connecting even the most remote and rural parts of the continent to our bustling city centers, ensuring that everyone can share in the bounty of our continent. Once upon a time, networking in Africa was done person to person. The essence of this hasn't changed. But today, we can stay in touch with world-class VPN networks, video conferencing and hosted call centers
that feature the most advanced security and flexibility in the world. We have cloud capabilities as vast as the continent itself. We no longer need to look beyond our own borders to store, manage, and process big data. Once upon a time, even the most basic medicine was a million miles away from where it was needed the most. Today, we can take healthcare and medical treatment to any corner of the continent, no matter how remote or how poor. And healing our people doesn't even require people. We have machine-to-machine solutions that know their ailments and medical history even better than they do themselves. Yes, Africa has arrived, and the world is now waking up to the possibilities. And Africa does things her way. For centuries, we have created our own culture, music, arts, and it's this one-of-a-kind flair for innovation that now propels us to a new age of technology and togetherness. The internet isn't about the world, it's about Africa for Africa. From the beginning, one partner has been part of this creation, a partner who has worked tirelessly to connect Cairo to Cape Town, Lagos to Nairobi, and every village and city in between. A partner who has empowered entrepreneurial minds with the technology to turn Africa into the land of opportunity. And now, as we're standing on the cusp of the African business renaissance, that same partner can help your business to become ready for the future. Africa has arrived. Are you ready to arrive in Africa?
Okay, so yes, Africa has arrived. Are you ready? You'll notice that, yes, as mentioned, we do have quite a few operational markets, meaning that we have Ghana, we have Egypt, we have Ethiopia, we have Kenya, Safaricom. I keep on referring to Safaricom as a market that, or rather a company that sits within Kenya. And the reason that I'm mentioning it as a company, you'll notice that we have a list of companies. If you still remember yesterday, I was showing you the different companies that do sit under the group secretary when I was doing a demo. If you want to know all of our markets under the group secretary on the landing page, you'll find all of our companies there. And they also include South Africa, the Mozambique, DRC, which is the Democratic Republic of Congo. So that's quite interesting. And you can see that our intentions quite deliberate in the way that we operate. We want to enable this particular, market so that Africa is connected. Okay. So moving on to the next slide, I would like to share that we do have a group CEO. So the engine behind all the strategic decisions that we make as an entity or as a global corporation. But let's localize it first, around Africa. So this is Shamil Aziz Yusuf. He is our group chief. By group, I'm saying this is how our structures sit. Okay, you have group. Group looks after. When I say group, like Vodacom Group looks after all of our markets in Africa. So Vodacom Group looks after Africa. And by Africa, I'm referring to DRC, Tanzania, Mozambique, Ethiopia, Egypt, South Africa, Lesotho, our markets, our local markets. So just in case you would like to know more around what our strategy looks like, what our culture is, our frameworks actually entail, and where we are moving as a company. Shamil Aziz Yusuf will give us more insights. And also, if you wanted to know what senior leadership for the company expects from you as a new joiner that's coming into the company, please listen to what our chief CEO needs to say to you. Okay? So I'll play the video.
Hello, everyone. It's my honor today to welcome you all to Vodacom. You've all just recently joined Vodacom. So firstly, congratulations. It's an honor to have you join us. You've obviously gone through a rigorous process to be here today. and thank you for choosing us. I think you join us at a very exciting time in the industry, but also an exciting time, as we venture into new sections and new areas, and really try and create the future. So today, I thought I'd maybe tell you a little bit about Vodacom and our expectations from you as new employees, the culture that we try and instill in people, and the culture that we're trying to create, and what is it that actually drives us? What is our purpose? So maybe a little bit about Vodacom today is listed on the JSE. It's worth 240 billion rand. We operate in 6 countries, and we also manage Ghana on behalf of Vodafone. So we're in South Africa, Mozambique, Tanzania, DRC, Lesotho, Kenya, and then of course manage Ghana as well. So Vodacom, as part of the Vodafone group, is responsible for all the sub-Saharan African assets. I also sit on the group Exco for Vodafone. Now, it's a company that's always been fantastic in creating opportunities, and I think, but it's what you bring to it. So as you come into the company, come with passion to want to succeed, passion and drive and commitment. And I think those are the key qualities that we look for in people. Of course, we've seen that in the interviews, but you're going to now have to bring that to life as you join Vodacom. I personally joined Vodacom in 1994, just before my 23rd birthday, and by 26, I was promoted to MD. So it's that type of company. It's a company where you can excel and really create some exciting new opportunities. And so, and people often ask me, but why are you still at Vodacom after so many years? Because every day that I come to work, I feel excited. I feel excited that we're making a difference, that we're creating the future, and that we're actually making a difference in people's lives. And that speaks a little bit to our purpose. And our purpose is really to connect for a better future. One of the fundamental things when you have purpose is that, like COVID gave us the opportunity to actually test the purpose. Are we living our purpose? And I think you would have seen in the media that Vodacom was one of those companies that really stood out in every market that we operated in. And the reason for that is that we stepped up. So whether it was giving 20,000 free phones in South Africa as an example, to health workers, or with free data and free minutes, or whether it was the partnership that we did with Discovery to give virtual doctor consults to people who tested, who wanted to consult a doctor as a result of COVID, or the support that we gave in PPE equipment across the markets, or the zero rating of M-Pesa, which cost us about 1.6 billion rand within a 6-month period. That was us stepping up and doing our bit. And like that, there's a number of different examples, but it was the right thing to do, and I think it really brought our purpose to life, because it made sure that we were giving back to society and committing. And we do this year in and year out, but I think COVID was a special circumstance, so it also required a special response. And we did that not just for, we did that for society at large, but we also did it for our suppliers, making sure that they could sustain themselves by making sure we could pay earlier, that their work wasn't disrupted, and so on. We did the same for our distribution channel, where of course they would have a difficulty, so we needed to provide support. We provided support to our employees as well, including employees who had a difficult time because members of the family had lost a job, or medical bills, all as a result of COVID. So we also provided support. That's the type of company that you're joining. It's a company that loves its purpose. Now, what are the behaviors that we require from you? You'll hear very much as you enter into the company about the spirit of Vodacom. And the spirit of Vodacom is based essentially on 4 pillars. The first one being that we need to earn customer loyalty, which means that every day when we wake up, we need to realize that we're there to serve our customers. And so, you know, we all have an effect here in what we do because it does affect another division. And so it's extremely important for us that, you know, we drive that and our processes, our systems, the way we respond, the quickness in which we respond is always taken and always puts the customer at the center of everything that we do. So that, you know, it's not a given, but that we earn that customer loyalty every day in the way we carry ourselves and in the way we treat our customers. The second one is creating the future. So it's extremely exciting because you're joining us at a time where we also diversifying our revenue streams and looking at new ways in which to generate revenue. And so we have what we call, and as part of our strategy is very much based on what we call the system of advantage. How do we create a differentiated experience from the rest of our competitors? How do we put the cell phone in the center of a person's life? From where you pay, from where you lend, from where you save, from where you invest, and from where you get entertained. But also, how do we make those offers personalized? How do we have a compelling loyalty program that rewards you for your behaviors, that is behavioral based? How do we personalize those offers to what we call the segment of one? Now, as we go into the next behavior is really very much around basically what we call experiment, learn fast, or fail fast. So essentially what we're trying to drive is that is for people to experiment, to take chances, to create new paths. Because it's only when you start to experiment and try new things that creates, that drives innovation. So in that regard, we hold hackathons where people get together around the company and basically come up with new ideas of what it is. And this last year we had a 7-country hackathon. And it's quite exciting because what you find is that people bring very diverse knowledge and experiences, and they contribute that, and they come up with some fascinating ideas. And I must say, I'm always quite taken aback with the number of ideas that come out. So as you enter into Vodacom, that's the behaviors that we're looking for. We're looking for you to bring the experiences that you come into the company, but to bring it to bear on the different types of products and services that we're trying to create, or new ones. Thinking out of the box is very much part of what we are trying to do. The other behavior that we're trying to drive, or that is a prerequisite, and as you come into the company, it's extremely important, and we call it getting it done together, or more simply put, teamwork. Now that's one of the big behaviors that we're trying to drive, and is to make sure that no man is an island, right? Everybody needs to get things done together. So as you come into the company, make sure that you're working within your teams. If you're leading a team, make sure that you're always bringing your team on board in terms of what you're trying to achieve. When you see a problem, don't let the problem lie. The people that succeed are the ones who stand up, take the problem hands-on. Don't email somebody, go and sit with them, deal with the issues. But take the initiative. Most importantly, take the initiative to solve the problem. And I think that's the kind of behaviors that we're looking for. If something's not working, get hold of the person on the other side, go sit with them. I suppose now it's virtually, but basically have a discussion and make sure that we're dealing with the issues. My advice to you, come into the company with passion, with commitment, with dedication. If you're asked to do X, Y, and Z. That's how I built my career. That's how I've achieved success. I always say, do more than what is asked of you. And that's how you get ahead. Because if you, and speak up, if you see something that's wrong, challenge it. That's the behaviors that we want to see. We want you to challenge it. We want you to work together to try and improve all our processes. There is no holy ground. Everything is challengeable. If you're not getting anywhere, jump up and down. Come see me if you have to. But if you're passionate about something, drive it so that we can get the success. And we can only do that if we all work together as a team. As you'll see as you enter the company, very exciting in terms of the different things that we're doing. In terms of, I think key to our strategy has always been, there's the system of advantage you'll hear about quite a bit. What we're trying to do is make sure that in all forms of connectivity that we lead. So at the center of what we do as well, a key part of our strategy is technology. We do believe that we have to have the best technology and that we need to lead in the technology space. So we will always be at the forefront. A big part, of course, of our play as well is the customer service part, and earning the customer loyalty and the customer experience in every touch point, I think is extremely important. And then it's very much about owning the home is a big part of our strategy now, where essentially fiber becomes a bigger part of our play. So you'll see in time that we are putting a lot more focus on fiber, but in other forms of connectivity as well. Our job is to connect people. So whether that be through mobile networks, or whether that be through satellites, or whether it's base stations and balloons, you'll see we've established a partnership with Loon, and we've launched that in Mozambique, where you have base stations on balloons. That's or whether it's fiber that's in the ground. We have to provide all forms of connectivity to our customers. So quite a mouthful, but I think again, welcome to Vodacom. It's an exciting time, not COVID as such, but exciting from the perspective of where the company is and some of the opportunities that's what they give it your all. And I hope to see you in the corridors of Vodacom. Thank you.
Okay, so very inspiring words from our group chief. Mentioning a few things there that are quite key. What stood out for you? If you can, in the comments, just let me know. What stood out for you in the address by Shamil? Okay, I know that what resonates with me is that when he mentions the system of advantage, leveraging on how we can generate revenue from a device, from how we lend, how we pay, and how we entertain also as well. Those are all services that are offered by this one single device, and he speaks about different verticals that are available within the organization, that now we no longer need to just focus on streamlining our usual services, such as airtime, minutes, data. There's more to the handset that we can that we can leverage on. So I like that. And so placing the device at the center, because it's always in our customers' pockets. How do we generate more money? How do we add value to our customers, and making sure that we are also future-proof as a company? Very, very important. So what stood out for you in the chat or rather the address by the chief? Yeah, so I'm just looking at comments. Let me know. What do you think? What stood out for you? Okay. He's mentioned a few partnerships with different entities. What do you think? Okay. Oh, I like this one that just came through. If you are asked to do X, do X, Y, and Z. Love it. I absolutely love it. Thank you very much for sharing that. So you go the extra mile. Yeah. Always do more than what you are asked to do. It really aligns with always exceeding expectations. Yeah, certainly. So it's not just only about meeting expectations, it's all about meeting and exceeding expectations. Okay, quite profound. Okay, what stood out for you? Talk to me. Let me know in the comments. I'm looking for comments. I'm challenging you for comments. Comment. What does it mean for you? Okay. I think it's clear from his manner that Shamil practices the values and attitudes he preaches, which is inspiring. So yes, he is a leader that lives, through these values. You'll see all these values whenever you meet our chief. Okay, yeah. And let me just put it to you right now and say that our leaders are actually, quite inspirational. I'm just thinking about, Sito Mdlalose. I'm thinking about my MD Njabulo, who I'm always excited to see all the time, And, if I move on to the next slide, you'll notice that it speaks to our senior leadership. So our senior leadership, who are our senior leaders within Vodacom South Africa? So here's a slide after this one that just shows you what our landscape looks like, okay? So you get Njabulo, I'm just biased on Njabulo. Please forgive me. She is my MD and totally phenomenal, you know what? I even get an opportunity to brag about my line manager. My line manager is Vuyo Ndiko. I always brag about my line. It is because she's so empowering. I feel that she enables me. What she does is that she creates spaces and helps me to remove barriers, in the space that I operate in. So I am, in the true sense of leadership, governed by people who who enable, who develop talent also as well. And I'm not just saying it because I'm on this virtual platform. I mean, I could have chosen not to say anything in any case, but you know what? I'm so driven by our leaders. I love the way that they lead, and I know that I'm using a word that says love, and thinking that it's Valentine's also as well. But I am inspired by the way that how I experience leadership in my company, So there's Njabulo Mashiko, and you can see that there's Teresa, there's Miriam. They sit in different areas. I know that Miriam sits in finance. There's Diego Cortez, who looks at international business, and there is Snakes. We call Snakes. We call him Snakes. It's Nkate Konyoka. And yes, you have Sito Mdlalose, who is the actual MD of Vodacom South Africa. And you get Beverly Ngwenya. I know these faces personally because it's people that I do, reach out to every now and again when I need panels, panel members that will judge outcomes in some of my programs from a leadership perspective. And there's Refilwe also as well, William Mzimba, Taki, who I met not so long ago. You know what? If you follow me on our social workplace, you'll notice that I do share pictures every now and again because I do connect with some of them, from time to time. Well, with most of them. From time to time, when they come through, they want to know how things look like in orientation, what to expect, etc. So very truly, an inspiration when it comes to how we are led, internally within the organization. And one thing that I also love about our leaders is that they're not difficult to get to. It's not impossible. It doesn't take a week unless a person is out of the country or anything like that, but you can always visit their office, You can speak to their business managers if you want to have a one-on-one with them and, or a PA and set up some time with them also as well. So as staff members, we do have that, and we meet them also as well in the canteen, everywhere. And it's so nice to come across most of our people leaders, And yeah, so I'll just stop here because I get so excited when we speak about our leaders. Please, when you do get an opportunity, just go to the Vodacom radio on our social workplace and see some of the interviews and get to experience how they, how they came to be where they are when they tell their stories, that they're actually like you and I, they're everyday people that just, instead of doing X, they do X, Y, and Z. Yes. Okay. So moving on to the next slide around our leadership. Okay. So I will pause here. We can stop sharing. Please bring me up. So that's the, essentially what our leaders look like. And remember, I did manage yesterday to demo how you can find your leadership structure. If you want to see how you belong, how you tie into the bigger scheme of things, you can always navigate to the group structure, and you can scroll all the way up and you'll see how you fit into the organizational hierarchy. And one thing that always brings me joy, working in Vodacom, is that it's not about which position or which band you are in. Everyone in this organization has a voice. And there's transparency also as well. Like, for instance, you get notified around how the company is performing at all the time, and how departments are performing also, how your performance also as well is evaluated. You'll also get feedback, regular feedback. I have regular check-ins with my line personally, and yeah, it just creates a sense of belonging. I do strongly feel that this company is, represents my values. And I'm not saying that we're perfect. No, I'm definitely not saying that. There are things that you will pick up from time to time, things that will make you uncomfortable or anything like that. And remember, that's why we avail certain platforms for you, so that you are able to communicate those expectations. Sometimes it's, it might be a parking issue, that why don't I have underground parking, and yeah, so please speak up, let people know also as well. And most importantly, you might be a people leader in the near future. So you lead with positivity, you lead with inspiration, and you make sure that you resonate all the values that you see amongst our leaders, which is quite important. Okay. Sure. So I'm noticing that the time it's 5 minutes to 10. Can I just propose that we take a short break, and we'll reconvene at 10 o'clock sharp, when Shabs comes through to talk to us around what the spirit looks like and how to make it come alive. Thank you. Okay, good to be back. Got carried away with the drums in the background. I don't know, for some reason, the drums really speak to, you know, yeah, they just move me. I just felt like, going on a drum beat and going on and on. Maybe I should get myself some drums. Yeah. And let me just put it out there. I'm not very musical. I can't sing or dance to save my life. I do hope, I keep my fingers crossed and hope that, at some point in my life, I learn how to move, And my wife always says I don't have rhythm. She's been trying to teach me how to get onto that rhythm for a number of years right now, but it's never too late. Shebs, welcome. I know I've just realized that we do have our next presenter. It's Shebs, my esteemed colleague. Welcome.
Hi, Sweli.
Hi.
Hi, everyone. Can you see me and hear me clearly?
Yes, we can.
Brilliant. I see you in a Christmas mood.
I am.
Late or early?
I thought I took it off. I was taking pictures and sharing in our photo booth. Okay. So I'll bring those up. I'll bring those up later so that everyone gets to see. Please make sure, everyone on the platform, please make sure that you do take those pictures. Let us know where you are, how you are feeling. Where's your mindset also as well, So excited. It is Valentine's. Shebs, happy Valentine's.
Thank you, Zweli. I thought, today is Valentine's Day, not Christmas. But I get the whole thing. I get it. Thank you so much, Zweli. Thank you, everyone. I'm excited to be here. Really, really excited to engage with everybody and to get our teeth into spirit. Was there something you wanted to share, Zweli?
So, Shebs, yes, I wanted to ask you a question. I blame you for this, by the way. You got me addicted to these. What has 4 wheels and flies?
It's these puns, the punny jokes.
Let me get you out of your misery. It's a garbage truck.
It's a garbage. That's gross. Okay.
I made that one up. Because today it's actually my garbage day, and at some point I did go outside to go and collect my bin and say hi to the guys.
Okay, you beat me to the punnies today.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Over to you, and thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much. A very hearty good morning. I hope you've been having an amazing morning thus far as part of your orientation. And I know it's this week and you've got but I'm super excited to take you through what we call the spirit of Vodacom, right? And that is our culture. So just before I continue, my name is Shebs Mohammed, and I look after Vodacom Group, which comprises of about 9 countries on the African continent. So very about. So when we are talking about what does a place feel like? What does the place smell like, right? And it's quite important for us to understand and to know and to be self-aware that what does it feel like? What does it smell like? So we're going to explore that today. I just want to check quickly. The studio is saying that I am breaking up a little. I'm not sure if there is something that's not working properly. Zweli?
Yeah, I think that if you can, maybe it's the background. Having a blurred black background also as well does impact in terms of latency. If you can.
Let me try and change that very quickly. But we are going to hop into our Teams call now.
Of course.
I'd like for us to go. So I will change the background back. If you can do this, guys, we talk about and engagement. We're talking about people. We're talking about the human spirit. So what we'd like to do is engage with you today and really, really have that two-way communication. So you would see there's a link that's going to take you into a Teams call, which is where we're going to meet. And we are going to engage and truly make out the spirit of Vodacom and what this means for us as individuals and as an organization. So I invite you to join me in the Teams link where we're going to engage into
Shabs.
and have some fun as well, right? So I'll see you in the Teams call.
Okay, so everyone, please follow the link that's been shared and dial into Teams. And you know what, Shabs, I'll be feeling lonely this side around. You know, I'm just thinking that now everyone is moving. No, you know what, I'll do that some other time. But I'll see. But thank you very much. Can I just ask everyone right now, join into the Teams link, dial in, and yeah, you'll meet Shabs there. Okay.
See you now.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. I hope that you enjoyed your lunch and you managed to get up from your desk or from your couch at home, move around, make yourself something to eat, or even better, placed an order and got, some Nando's. Okay, welcome back. I hope that you enjoyed the spirit beat, the portion that Shebs was presenting, your breakaway rooms. I know how interesting those sessions can actually be. Yeah, I know it's quite a blast. Um, uh, Before we proceed any further, can I just ask that we just have a look at our booth, the gallery, just to see, all the lovely, the wonderful pictures that people have uploaded. And yeah, I actually want to see my pics also. Um, uh, okay, so we do have quite a few people who have uploaded pictures there. Thank you very much for participating. Oh, beautiful pictures. I am seeing thumbs up. I'm seeing Tina there and Spiwe, Bushe, thank you very much for sharing. And yes, there is Zweli. Zweli had to, I just had to do it twice. Couscous and Oratile. Okay. Please make sure that you also do vote for your favorite ones. And Lisho Honolo, there's, Shokes, and there's Liam. Liam, very, very nice pick. And just the last pick there, let me have a look. It's Julian. Yes, Gillian, thank you very much for also uploading all your wonderful pictures. To everyone who's participated, thank you very, very, very much. We really appreciate that. Okay. Yeah, so let's get right on to it, right straight to business. I will just continue with some of my slide deck, just a little bit of content that I'd like to share with you. I remember yesterday that Kwazi, alluded to the fact that we are part of the Vodafone group. So I just wanted to unpack what that journey looks like. Yes, I do have videos and etc. And there is content on the, Vodacom landing page, that gives us an overview, and in detail approach also as well is available on Hyperbooks. When you scroll to the bottom, you'll notice that there are Hyperbooks there, as sources of information, just in case you want to unpack that journey a little bit much more in detail, not just in a format of an overview. However, this is our global footprint, as you can see there across the world. Those are continents or countries that we operate in. So it's quite a lot of countries in the Middle East, in Europe, and you can see Asia Pacific also as well. I'm referring to countries such as Germany. You'll see there that there's Spain, there is Australia, there is North America. You'll see that in North America specifically, in our timeline, you'll notice that we have merged, or rather integrated Verizon into our family. Verizon was previously owned by Mark Shuttleworth. I think we bought it in 2013 for an amount of about $130 billion. And you'll notice companies such as Cable that are in Europe and in South Africa. Well, in Africa, essentially, you have seen our operational markets. So there are advantages towards being a global entity in terms of how you can leverage on your parent company's expertise on operating in different markets. And also when it comes to buying, you have, a much broader or bigger, ability to buy anything in bulk and supply it to different countries, So we've partnered with different companies, and you will see also as well in our timelines that, this has given us an edge as Vodafone, and it also gives you an edge as an employee within Vodafone, that you can work across all of our markets, you can work in different countries, and you are connected to different teams. Remember that yesterday I did demo that you can reach out to all of our teams globally. that are on the social media platform, which is our workplace, and partner with them or to see what it is that they're working on. So it's different countries. As you can see there, it's Russia, Chile, Japan, So it's quite a lot of countries that we do have a footprint in. And yes, Vodafone does own over more than 65% of Vodacom. And we are a listed company in the JSE. You'll see that when I start talking to some of our milestones and what we have achieved holistically. Okay, I will pause for now and just play you a video around a Vodafone's timeline, essentially.
I tried carrying the weight of the world, but I only have two hands. Hope I get the chance to travel the world, but I don't have any plans. Wish that I could stay forever this young, not afraid to close my eyes. Life's a game made for everyone, and love is the prize. So wake me up when it's all over, when I'm wiser and I'm older. All this time I was finding myself, and I didn't know I was lost. So wake me up when it's all over, when I'm wiser and I'm older. All this time I was finding myself, and I didn't know I was lost. 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 I didn't know.
Okay, quite an interesting, journey with the Vodafone. I'd like to let you know that the journey does continue. If you'd like to see the rest of the journey, you can always find it in some of our content, our landing page. You'll notice that there is video content that sits there. However, most importantly, when was Vodafone established? Do you know? If you do, I gave you a clue. Please leave it in the comments. Okay? please leave it in the comments. However, what I'd like to share with you around the Vodafone Group is that it's one of the world's largest telecom, well, no longer a telecoms, but a techco, meaning that it's a technology company, which is listed on the JSE. And Vodafone's partners, or rather, Vodafone partners with different markets and teams across the globe to form strategic alliances with local operators all over the world, and to provide consumers with global products and services that extend to our reach across different markets. I did mention the fact that Vodafone owns more than 65% of Vodacom Group. And what's interesting, or rather the advantages, of being a part of this global entity, it's to have a larger footprint. Like, for instance, being a subsidiary of one of the world's top 10 largest brands globally is central to our growth strategy as Vodacom, and has significantly rather benefited all of our customers. For instance, we have a powerful brand association and consistency, in terms of experience for all of our customers across different markets. And alignment with Vodafone's values, for instance, places our customers firmly at the core or the center of our business. What's nice is that our customers are able to access the world's most sought after devices and products. So we are able to get updated devices and all the products that we offer to our customers. So the ability to experience the same benefits of voice and data and converged services is available to anyone that's in Vodacom as it is across the entire world. And the relationship with Vodafone offers us unparalleled advantage that additionally trickles down to all of our customers, So our customers get access to world-class research and product innovation, organizational savings through global economies of scale, benchmarking operations against global standards of excellence. And along with quite a few attributes, that differentiate Vodafone from its competitors, like, for instance, the network and IT savings, strong presence and enterprise market, and instantly a recognizable brand that customers value so much, So those are some of the pros and cons around, having a company that's as large as Vodafone as our parent company. Okay, so if we move on to the next slide, you'll notice that we do talk to, strategic territories. And I do have a content that I'd like to share with you, but you know what? I won't play this video for now. However, I'll make sure that when you do get the deck, it's shared with everyone. It just gives a high level view around what I've discussed so far, leveraging around, your converged services, offering our customers the best value possible out there in the market by being associated with a brand that is as big as ours, and so forth. Okay, so I'll skip this video. However, if we do go to our next slide, if you can, very, very interesting that I'd want to show you that, interesting facts about us, about Vodacom. First of all, you'll notice that the first milestone there talks to Tanzania. You know what I'll just do? I'll just populate all those facts there so that you get to see timings and dates. Okay, so first of all, we launched Vodacom in Tanzania, and in 1999, as you can see there. So I'm populating all those dates there, as you can see. So these are just some of those interesting facts. Okay, like, for instance, when we launched those BlackBerry push services, at some point BlackBerry was something big. It just shows that this world is full of disruptions. We were listed on the JSE also as well on the 18th of May, that is in 2009, and we launched Vodacom Mozambique. We continued our growth, reaching 5 million customers in 2001. And if you look there, underline item number 7, we acquired a GSM cellular network license launching in Lesotho. So we officially launched in that market in 1995. And Line item number 8, Vodacom launched a state-of-the-art 3G, which is that HSDPA. Yeah, I remember my training days long ago. That stands for High Speed Data Packet Access. I struggle sometimes with all these acronyms that are available across the network. And Vodacom launched in South Africa, 1994. That's the official date. And then line item number 7, you'll notice that Vodacom was the first operator to launch LTE services in South Africa. LTE is long-term evolution, so it's 4G. And then line item 5, or rather 11, Vodacom opened this one, very, very important. The first cellular shopping experience or the mall in 1998. And that is Vodaworld, our iconic building, that we're so proud of. And line item 12 says after 16 years, we moved from the green-blue brand to the red that it is right now. So we transitioned from being the blue and the green logo that looks like a globe and moved on to having a speech mark, that speech mark that you can see right now in 2011. And Vodacom launched prepaid services 1996. I mentioned earlier that we were the first company to pioneer or to come with the idea of prepaid to all of our consumers. And if you look down the line item number 7, we also founded Business Africa and connected, so many services. So if you don't mind, can I move on to the next slide? I just want to, share this short clip with you. Just move back, please. Apologies. My intention was not to skip that video. I wanted a video. That video the branding movement, moving from the old brand to the current brand right now. Okay, so I'll just play it.
Yeah, go. Show, kicking with your torso. Boys getting high and the girls even more so. Wave your hands if you're not with a man. Can I kick it?
Having it.
I got it, you got it, we got everybody. I got the gift, gonna stick it in the goal. It's time to move your body. Babylon back in business. Can I get a win? I see. Got every man.
Hello, Vodacom.
Houston, do you hear me? Ground control, can you feel me? Need permission to land. I don't wanna rock, DJ, but you're making me feel so nice. I don't wanna stop, DJ, 'cause you're keeping me up all night. Singing in the classes, music for your masses. Give no head, no backstage passes. Have a proper giggle, I'll be quite polite. But when I rock the mic, I rock the mic. You got no love, then you're with the wrong man. It's time to move your body. If you can't get a girl, but your best friend can, it's time to move your body. I don't wanna be sleazy. Baby, just tease me. Got no family plan. Houston, do you hear me? Ground control, can you feel me? Need permission to land. I don't wanna rock, DJ, but you're making me feel so nice. When's it gonna stop, DJ?
Okay, so I just wanted to share that content with you so that you get to see how the older branding was, the blue and green. Yeah, so we've now transitioned, we've repositioned our brand. So in the content that we will make available to you, you'll notice that there is a video that speaks to that entire transition as to what's changed, what the positioning looks like from a branding perspective, and what was the thinking also as well behind it. So when you do have a look at the slide deck, just play it on full screen mode. I know that the story does actually unpack. Okay, but I won't keep you any longer. So we also do have our iconic building that I want to talk to you about. So this is VodaWorld, a VodaWorld situated in Midrand, and I think that the positioning around this particular building was perfect, in the sense that when customers come onto our building, the expectation is that some of them might come there to come and purchase items, or they might come there seeking services. So we've built an entire mall, that's suited for customer experience, meaning that it's there to welcome all of our customers, both customers that are business customers and ordinary consumers, you and I, that just come through seeking either cell phone contracts or seeking smart solutions for our homes, irregardless. So I'll just play a video for you that will show you what it is that we actually have done. Instead of moving from, we actually moved away from having stores, individual standalone stores that have glass walls that separate, that are separated by glass walls where customers walk in and out. Instead, we've converted that entire space into an open space whereby to enhance customer experience, and inserted so much technology around it to enhance that user experience and to essentially show our customers that where we want to go as Vodacom. Okay, so I'll just play that video around the store revamp.
Vodacom is a leading digital company empowering a connected society. Vodacom's vision for 2020 is to disrupt the market through technology while delivering world-class digital services. In line with this strategy, Vodacom World is uniquely positioned to showcase the opportunity of this connected world by becoming the destination of choice and evolving from a one-stop cellular mall to a digitally connected world. On entering Vodacom World, you are met by an open, inviting space where your senses are tuned into an experience, a world of possibilities. As the flagship of the Vodacom franchise channel, the new Vodacom shop will be digital at the core, delivering an unmatched sales and service experience, intuitively responding to our customers throughout their journey. Roaming digital ninjas will be ready to serve and connect customers throughout their experience. Home to original brand experiences, the design lends itself to manufacturer executions, where customers can find their device brand of choice and get expert service and advice. Moving away from a traditional shopfront execution, the open design allows for a seamless exploration of various executions that underpin Vodacom as the enabler, enhancing people's lives through various collaborative partnerships. Through discovery, our customers will experience the practical use of technology as relevant in all aspects of their lives: play, home, and work. Because we understand that kids today confidently engage, interact, and have fun with technology, we have created a kids customized space catering to our digital generation. This space will see drawings come to life on smartboards, offer robotics and coding programs, create virtual reality experiences, and much more. This space enables Vodacom to be at the forefront of generational technology education. Within this world of technology, we've created a comfortable communal space providing formal and informal meeting opportunities. Woolworths Cafe is best known for their amazing range of coffees and fresh, healthy cafe food. With a bespoke model for Vodacom World, the partnership will explore digital experiences to enhance the Woolworths customer experience. Your visual senses continue to be captured by full-length video walls displaying a variety of content, from brand stories to capabilities, digital catalogs, and live feed social media integration. Whilst Vodacom World has historically provided a traditional retail and customer care service to the individual consumer, there is an increasing need to connect with our larger enterprise consumers. The Business Experience Hub takes customers through a personalized journey into a centralized, intelligent meeting place that hosts Vodacom Business Solutions. By invitation only, customers will experience a 360-degree communication solution where Vodacom Business is at the heart of connectivity and its evolution within the IoT space. This meeting place will foster collaborative brainstorming and interaction to develop customer solutions. To support Vodacom World as the destination of choice, the Activation Arena serves to deliver on the primary attraction showcase. As it draws interest from the entrance of the mall, it delivers on a sensory interactive experience, creating excitement and talkability, supporting Vodacom's ambition to lead in innovation. Our Connection Labs offer world-class office facilities that enable collaborative meeting spaces that appeal to the new generation from anywhere, anytime flexi-mindset worker. Leveraging our central location in Midrand, this space is conveniently positioned for strengthening social and professional networks whilst delivering results on the fly. Specialized learning lab and cinema environments are designed to meet a full spectrum of both educational and experiential opportunities, delivering a range of blended content and live demonstrations tailored for customers from all walks of life to learn about and practically experience the power of technology. Our partnerships will extend to non-traditional telco retailers, ensuring our relevance within a one-channel delivery journey. We will leverage trending click and collect retailers for a complete and convenient shopping experience. Encompassing all aspects of the Vodacom 2020 vision and beyond, Vodacom World promises to be unique by delivering targeted solutions, to develop by leading digital end-to-end experiences and education, to inspire by bringing a brand with purpose to life, and finally, to innovate by creating an environment that fosters collaborative digital solutions and incubation of new ideas for both internal and external stakeholders. Because the world is changing, so are we. Humanizing technology, transforming and empowering a connected society, unlocking the potential of new commercial opportunities for Vodacom. Vodacom World, your world connected.
Okay. So I would like some comments, please. So what do you think about the video? What do you think about, I'm not sure how many people have actually been into the building, who have been to the building. I'd like some comments, please. What do you think so far? Changes are quite marginal. I think that instead of having a Woolies, a restaurant eating area, it became a bootlegger, and then later on it transitioned to it's blacksmith. Yeah, it's now a blacksmith restaurant that's there. So what do you think? What do you think? Okay, let me know what your thoughts are. And I see that people have answered around when did we launch, when did we launch Vodafone? It was, the correct answer is 1982. So Vodafone was launched in 1982. So that's the correct answer. However, I'd like you to just give me your insights. What do you think about our iconic building? What are your thoughts? Do you think it speaks to what consumers want right now? So your insights are quite valuable. Okay. So I see someone saying that only been once, briefly, but the open plan is very inviting. Yes, it is inviting, having a nice big area so that you can move around and you get to. We don't believe in boxing ideas and people, because right now the future is, it's well, customers are changing, and by customers changing, I'll speak to that, just now when I start talking to our customer segments and what people expect from a global entity such as us. Okay. I'm seeing someone saying, I personally love the gaming area. Ooh, join the club. I also admire the gaming area. You'll notice that from time to time in the atrium, where they place the bike, you'll have sometimes cars, electric cars, you'll have, and it's so nice because you can actually go into the cars and have a look, and, yeah, and you have a gallery not so closer to that area, and a gaming area, and that gaming arena, you get to play different games. Sometimes it's racing, driving, and in other times, it's your FIFAs and etc. So yeah, it's a very, very nice area that's next to the labs, and I know that there's also a salon there where you get to, get pedicures and manicures, etc. But thank you very much for your insights. So moving on to the next slide, I just wanted to share with you that this is our campus, and I'll only just share the Midrand campus. If you need to know where our maps sit, okay, you can find our maps on the landing page. Please do speak to some of your colleagues. I know that when you do look at some of the content, if you navigate group secretary, not the group secretary, it's QMS, quality management services. If you do find it there, they do have maps, or rather ask your mentor or any person that sits in your team how to navigate to finding some of our maps. I know that on the Engage app, you can also find our site maps to see what facilities are available in different areas, or in different regions. However, this one, I want you to note that you do get that service park area. Remember that earlier on I was asking Q around solar panels being installed in most of our offices and what strategy looks like. So she did mention the fact that there's a possible rollout of solar panels, or solar is a solution for all of our office spaces, so that we're able to use energy a little bit smarter. You'll notice that we do have Service Park. Service Park essentially in Midrand focuses on, TPSD sits there, Trade Partner Support Desk. You'll notice that I mention an acronym, and then I give a definition of what that acronym is. You get CAD, which is Customer Acquisitions Department. You get Risk also as well, that sits in Service Park, and then that parking area. Okay. SSIC is no longer sitting in that small building there. It's a glass building that's there. It's now our innovation center. So it is one of our conference spaces. And if you look just across the street, you will notice that you do have, the entrance, the parking that's been converted into solar panels next to the facilities and the Lapa area. So you get the security's house. As a new person that's coming in, I wanted to just share with you that should you lose your access card or maybe have left it in one of your vehicles or at home, you don't have it with you, you can report to any of our security houses and ask for a temporary access card. Okay. And that access card, you can either return it same day, later on when you leave the office, or the following morning. Okay, so you'll make an arrangement with the security office around what the terms and conditions look like for that security card. And if you've lost yours, then you can apply for a new one. I know that they can do a new security card for you immediately. Okay, and there's VodaWorld, there's Commercial Park. Commercial Park, different business areas sit there. You get group HR, you get marketing that sits there, you get IT also as well that sits across different buildings. You get corporate park. It's the building with the structure that looks like a pyramid. That's where our group CEO sits also, and different departments that sit there. Company treasury office and finance also sit there. And then you have business park, Renaissance Park, your techno parks. What I wanted to share right now is that the data center tour, you'll notice that as part of your content right now, you do have what we call a data center tour. Now, the data center, if you look at the top right-hand corner, you'll see a building called Techno Park. It's conducted there. So that's where we took that video. And apologies, there's machinery at the back, and that's noisy. It's because there's servers that always need to get cooling from fans, and there's a lot of machinery there. Okay. However, that building sits there, so meaning Julian and his team, that is Brian and then his team actually sit in Techno Park. The warehouse tour sits, or rather was recorded in Service Park, and that was done by Lloyd Elvis. Okay, so this is just a brief overview around our campus. You'll notice that our campus is quite similar in the sense of not necessarily buildings or per se, but the security controlled, meaning that there's an area, if it's big enough, there's an area that's designated to customers and staff members, and then you'll get restricted areas whereby customers cannot easily access, meaning that you'll need security cards or clearance to enter those spaces because of all the confidential information that sits in those particular spaces. Okay, so it's just showing you what our, a typical building around Vodacom looks like. So yeah, I'll move on to my next slide, where you will see that I know it says break. I do assure you we will take a break shortly. So can we just skip this particular slide? I want us to just have a look at our customer loyalty insights. Okay, so in Vodacom, we perceive customers differently, in the sense that customers do evolve. So let me ask you this. Do you think that over the years customers have changed? And chances are the answer is yes. Yes, customers have evolved. But when you walk into a store right now, let's say that you wanted to buy anything, whether it be a bracelet, a house, a car, or something small, t-shirt. Do you know that a lot of people start by Googling first? You compare prices, you check online, where you can find the best deal. We've realized that our customers are exactly like that also as well. So you now have a customer that walks into our business knowing what they want. It's just that they want the best prices and they want something that's better than what they have seen. So now the perceived value around our customers has changed. Meaning that our customers, yes, in as much as they don't want to be disappointed. So that churn, by the way, means customers canceling contracts with us. Okay? Customers want to be delighted, meaning that they want the best experience ever, And it doesn't mean that the customer is always right, but it merely means that we are there to support and guide customers, okay, in this industry. And this promotes loyalty. Meaning that because we are experts in this particular field, in TechCo, in providing customers with goods that they might need, or business solutions or home solutions. A customer comes to us, walks into VodaWorld, they want to install fiber, in their business or home. What type of solution do we propose to them? Are we going to just propose a router that's a standalone router or a dongle that attaches to their laptop? And we need to first understand, why do they need that service? What are the intentions looking like, and to understand what the usage will look like, so that we can propose the best solutions for them. We're trying to create a value chain whereby a customer has a relationship with us, to create that ongoing business with the customer. That because if we sell them something that they don't need, chances are they won't come back to us. They'll probably get something else. So we're trying to enhance that customer experience, meaning that our customers, every time when they formulate what value is to them, they will always reflect on their past experiences, whether they were positive or negative. The service that they received from us, was it exceptional? And what makes exceptional service? Is it just being polite and agreeing to everything customers say, or is it coming through and providing actual solutions for what they need, and their current experience right now, what it is that they go through? If you can allow me to, I want to just tell you just a short story around a customer that I met in VodaWorld. This customer was a farmer, but playing with drones, and to me that just didn't make sense. I was around that particular station, and I was so curious. I ended up walking to them and asking them, I don't even work in front office, so I asked them that, because I was so curious, what could they possibly use drones for? Was it for sports? Was it for entertainment? And you know what the customer said to me? He said, Zweli, I own a farm in the Eastern Cape that's about 20,000 hectares. Now, 20,000 hectares is quite a big area. I think that it's an area that's about over, give or take, driving in a straight line. Maybe you drive about almost 30 Ks. Okay. So he said to me, I definitely need drone services. These drones, a neighbor of mine was using drones, and he showed me how to use drones, and that changed my life, in the sense that my farm goes through mountains, it goes through hills, there's fencing around. If I were to drive around my farm and monitor and do stock counting for all of my cows, my sheep, check up on the fence, it would take me something like 3 months. I would have to spend about 3 months going around my fence, doing stock taking, counting sheep, counting cows, counting, and doing quite a lot of things, and also checking if the fence has been vandalized or not, or is it degrading, But with a drone, he just sends a drone up and is able to take actual images of any area that he wants to take, and he gets to count everything, that all of his livestock, on his desktop, or he prints a paper and is able to see, his entire farm. And what's even nice is that he does not need to go everywhere around his farm to check his fence. He can just go exactly to where the damage is, where the fence might have been vandalized or is damaged. So he gets to fix, so for me, that was a practical application around using a different vertical, a completely different vertical, which is drone services for him. And he mentioned also as well that, these drones also provide security, in the sense that he said he has sensors, on some of the pillars around his yard where there's roads. And what he does is this: when a sensor picks up motion or anything like that, it sends a drone up there, and he's able to see whether it's at night or it's during the day, and it's connected to his mobile device. So he's able to see whether, there's stock theft happening at the, in his farm. And so that is a practical solution for our customers. And it creates a whole new different type of value chain that we can leverage on. Okay. So what am I saying is that, our customers have expectations from us, and they're expecting us to give them the best value for money. They expect us to to delight them, to give them quality products, And in talking to expectations, our customers have different sources of expectations. You know, they get their expectations from different sources. Like, for instance, they'll hear about us from social media. They'll hear from us from other people that do talk about us and our brand. So it's very, very important that we understand how important customer loyalty is. So we're trying to create that an environment whereby our customers love us. They love what we do. Okay, that's why we are a customer-centric business at all times. So I'm challenging you as a new employee within Vodacom. You need to be a Vodacom ambassador, meaning that what does it mean to be an ambassador? You know, what does it mean? It means that instead of doing X, you do X, Y, Z. Okay, it's our role. Like, for instance, you come across you're in a family bride and someone has an issue around their contract or anything like that, there is a staff line that you can actually call to get that person assisted, or you can follow the due processes, understand what our internal processes look like. Ask customers, for instance, did you reach out to our contact center? Did you perhaps log an inquiry around this particular issue? So all I'm merely saying is that, let's work with pride. It does not mean just because I sit in an office or you don't meet customers at all that you're disconnected from the entire value chain or the entire business. Remember, we are a customer-centric business. Our revenue is generated by our customers. You can be sitting in legal, you can be sitting in finance. That's immaterial. At the end of the day, this industry or the business that we are in right now is being driven by customers. That's why from time to time you'll hear me saying that even on campus, please drive a little bit slower. Take note of customers. Service customers with a smile. Because when customers look at us, when they see this, when they see the Vodacom, speech mark, or they see you, or they hear that you're working for Vodacom, they associate you with the brand. So moving forward, including your social media footprint, please tread carefully also around them. Okay, so we want to create a space that makes it safe for both our customers and our potential customers. And we want to enhance the user experience so that we create a value chain that's centered around loyalty. We want our customers coming back to us every now and again. So hence, I wanted to discuss what NPS looks like. So if you look at the next slide speaks to NPS, the Net Promoter Score. You'll hear some of these metrics from time to time. What is the Net Promoter Score? I'll just play a video for you by Mark Taylor, who gives an in-depth analogy what the Net Promoter Score looks like. Okay, sure.
Hello everyone, I'm Mike Taylor from Group Insights, and I just want to take a few minutes to talk about our NPS program. I think we're all familiar with the 3 letters and the scores in the various markets, but I just wanted to talk about the principles of why it's important, how we actually measure it, and most importantly, how we can go about making the scores go upwards over the coming months and years. Why is it important? Well, there's a whole heap of empirical evidence taken both from Vodafone and other sources that say this is a measure, when you ask people a question, that really does predict the effect on a business in the short and long term. So we've looked at Vodafone customers who have given us high NPS scores versus low NPS scores, and you can see a real difference in the churn rates that you see across those two groups. Higher scoring people much less likely to churn in all the markets that we've looked at, which is obviously beneficial to the bottom line. And that's not unique to Vodafone. There's a load of published papers on this across banking and automotive, and even in consumer goods that say the same thing: get high NPS scores, profitability and success of businesses is far higher. So it's a measure that really matters to both to people and to businesses, which is a nice place to be. The actual question beyond the 3 letters and the numbers that we know is really simple. We ask it the same in every market for consistency, and it is: how likely would you be to recommend Vodafone to a friend, family member or colleague? And the consumer responds on a scale from 0 to 10, where 0 means you definitely would not recommend, 10 means you definitely would. And what we do is take the promoters, and those are people that we class as scoring 9 or 10 out of 10. We take the percentage of promoters and we deduct the percentage of detractors, those that score us between 0 and 6. So you end up with a score between -100 and +100 for each market. We also, within the study, ask a range of satisfaction questions that allow us to start to diagnose this. So around network performance, around customer care, and around some of the more emotional aspects as well. And from this, we can use a statistical analysis to work out what are the important levers that we need to pull, the areas that we stand the best chance of improving people's NPS score by working on. And that's fascinating because it's shown us consistently across all the markets that functional aspects, so network, customer care and so forth, how we do things, what we do things to people, account for about 2/3 of the NPS score that we generate. But how we do things, the more emotional aspects, so people's trust in us, our transparency of dealing with people, the way they feel that we're actually in it for them and not just in it for ourselves, accounts for almost 1/3 of the NPS score in nearly every market. So that's massively important to us that we understand that. It's not just what we do, it's how we do it.
There are lots of local market initiatives to improve NPS, of which you will play a huge part of delivering 6X to our customers. There is also a company-wide global project to support everybody in delivering this, from the front line right up to the board. How are you going to play your part?
Okay, so that was Mark Taylor around NPS. And if you don't mind, in the comments area, I wanted to just ask, why do you think customers score us lower? What makes you, okay, let me just put it like this. For instance, Mark mentioned the fact that it's a score that customers give us that ranges from from 0 up until 10. So it's an NPS score. So if you don't mind, I'll just move on to the next slide that will, give a clearer understanding around what I'm trying to get to. So you'll notice that in front of you right now, this is a question that's asked by to the customer rather. How likely are you to recommend Vodacom to your friends and family or colleagues? Okay. And 0 being detractors, that is 0 to 6 detractors, and from 7 up until 8 it's passives, meaning that they don't play any part in the scoring. And from 9 up until 10, these are your promoters. So we're trying to get to be around 9 and 10 so that we have a higher NPS, we have a higher customer satisfaction ratio. So I'm just asking right now, what do you think would make customers to score us lower than what we expect? Okay, please put that up in the comments. I'm just curious to find out, you're a customer, what would you score us lower? What would make you to score us lower? Okay, while people are still typing away, I wanted to just add that I'm seeing that there's a question that says, where can I find the staff line? The staff line, FYI, the number is 082133. I'll repeat, 082133. Okay, that's the staff line. If I can get someone to just share it in the comments, please. 082133, staff line. Super. Thank you very much. Okay, I see it in a banner there. So someone posted that what would make customers to score us lower would be because our pricing is slightly higher than our competitors. So it is pricing, maybe. So someone else is saying that one reason would be customers who experience too much friction or barriers when interacting with journeys. So when customers have difficulties around exploring some of our internal journeys or processes, bad customer support experience. So when we say we are going to do something and we don't do that, when issues aren't resolved, dissatisfaction with service. So customers not happy with the type of service that we give them, longer resolving times and prices. So a lot of people are saying, I'm noticing that pricing is coming up again. But tell me something. You know, the issue around pricing happens to be a very interesting one. I just want to use an example, if you can allow me to. iPhones are expensive, but a lot of people want them, and yet they're still pricey. So, meaning that at this point, I promise you, if you look at the pricing around some of the devices that Apple has, you know, you get a phone that costs over 35,000, and yet people still take out contracts for iPhones, and it's as if like it's a benchmark. Okay, so I'm not sold exactly around pricing. I think that people want value for money, maybe. You know, they want to just make sure that I do get what I am paying for. Because if a brand has built loyalty to such an extent that customers completely trust that brand, chances are money no longer becomes an issue. You know, you look at other brands, such as, if you can allow me to, I can go into car companies, you know, the likes of your Rolls Royce, your Bentleys, your Ferraris. It's hardly ever that you'll see them in commercials, and yet we all know about those cars. We know that they exist, and we know that you can buy them. You know, the more exclusive ones. However, they don't advertise anyway, and we know that they're expensive, and yet still people buy them. So, meaning that there is a market when there is value for that particular product. If customers think that this is the best product in the market, chances are, even if you do have a selected, you know, group of customers that are buying that product, it's still viable in any market. Well, in most markets, rather. Okay, so I'm seeing that people are, you know, are also putting forward that longer resolving time. So if issues are not resolved, you know what I've realized around customers in my limited experience in customer service? Customers do understand that things go wrong. They do. I assure you, customers know that things go wrong sometimes. But when you do not communicate with them, when you don't let them know that we are resolving it, this is what we are doing, give them regular updates around how a query is being resolved, that makes a world of difference, because people don't like being in the dark. The moment that you start opening up and be transparent, you know, if it's a mistake on our end, let's man up and say that we have made a mistake, you know, and this is what we are doing to make sure that this is fixed. Then we are creating a relationship, a trust relationship with our customers. And therefore, that will enhance that loyalty aspect of whatever value chain we have with around between our customers and the business. Okay, so moving on to my next slide. I did mention the fact that we would like to score high on the NPS. So what is the NPS, the Net Promoter Score? Okay, it is a ratio that we use to evaluate how customers perceive us. However, I wanted to let you know that the NPS does have touch points. So what do I mean by touch points? Let me just show you in the next slide that the touch points simply represent the different ways in which customers can reach out to us. So in my next slide, you'll see that, you know, how can customers reach out to us? You know, what type of media can they use to reach out to us? Okay, so I'm just going to the next slide, which speaks to a customer can use SMSs to reach out to us. They can use email, send us an email. They can use the IVR. The IVR is the interactive voice response, meaning that it's that automated agent in the background that says, if you want help in English, please press 1. You know, when you want, so it talks to different languages and gives customers options, you know. And you also have USSDs. It's that unstructured supplementary service data. So it's a key that you unlock in the GSM network that gives customers options. It often uses a star and a hash. So what am I saying is that customers can use different ways of interacting with us, or they can walk in, you know, face to face and talk to us, you know. So it's all these different ways in which they can reach out to us. So How are they related to NPS? It means that if a customer uses a particular touch point, let's say that a customer uses our app, for instance, what's the user experience like? How are they rating that particular channel? If they rate it high, then we can learn from that app. There's learnings that we can derive from that. Why are they rating it high? What's so special about it? What is it that we can duplicate in some of the other channels that we use for our customers? How can we add value, to it and to other channels also as well? So it means that we look at all these different channels that we use to communicate with our customers, and we are constantly seeking better ways of positioning our brand using those channels. Okay? Good? Yep. I will pause here for now. I know that the next item happens to look into our tours. I hope you are. It makes sense. I will open up the floor for questions. Are there any questions that you would like to ask at this moment before we just go on to tours? Any questions? I'm just looking at the chat. I believe that we are more or less done. The only item that's left right now is for us to do tours. So with all the content that's been shared so far, anything that you would like to know? I'm seeing a question, Q&A. It says customers might be experiencing load shedding and as a result, bad network. Yes, you are correct. The repo rate might have increased. Customer might be having a bad day, and we send out surveys at that time and we get a bad score. Yes, completely correct. You are absolutely right. And just to add one more to that particular statement, sometimes during load shedding, our towers might be running and then you'd have people vandalizing them and coming through and stealing batteries, those solar batteries, because we do have batteries in all of our base stations. But the biggest problem is that it's coping with theft. And you can imagine a battery that is, I just want to share with you that I hope that when the innovation team comes through, if they do, they'll share some of the bright ideas that people internally have shared. So we used to have quite a high number of batteries being stolen, those lithium ion batteries that store power. During load shedding, we are connected, it actually, they help because at least they can possibly run a tower for about 4 hours. So people would have reception. And when comes back on again, at least we are up, it charges, And then we started dealing with theft of batteries because people would steal them and sell them. And someone in one of our innovation competitions mentioned something that, why don't we just glue the batteries to the concrete, in our towers? Like, for instance, to the wall and to the floor, just insert a resin that is, you can't even grind, you can't even, something hard, and that alone has helped us to save so much because it's applied in some of our base stations as we speak right now. A resin was developed, came through, and at the moment right now, that idea is being initiated and it's showing very, very positive results. Just gluing a battery to the ground, and the wall also as well, so that it's immovable. So it's some of the solutions that people are coming up with, who are working with these challenges in making sure that our customers stay connected. Because you live in a neighborhood, people know that you're working in Vodacom. My neighbor next door has a Vodacom line, and and maybe one or two other people. Whenever the network goes down, they'll come to me, and they'll ask, Zweli, is the network still up? What's happening? What's wrong with my fiber? What constantly. But they are our customers at the end of the day, and yes, load shedding does have its own impact. Okay. So yeah, this definitely does impact our NPS. And talk to me. Any other points of clarification or anything that you'd like me to add before we conclude? Any questions? Please type them up Okay, so as mentioned earlier, the staff line it's 08219. So it's 082133. That's the staff line. So what can you do in the staff line? I just need to elaborate what options are available for you. If you need help with your contracts, you get to use that number. Let's say that maybe my wife or someone in a BRI has an issue with their SIM card and they're using a Vodacom SIM, and I feel compelled to help them immediately. I will also use that line and just to ask around what the issue is around that person's particular line also as well. And that line, you will need to authenticate yourself. So if you call in, you'll need to authenticate yourself and prove that you are who you say you are. So it's dedicated to staff members so that you are able to assist immediately. And there's also another number that I'd like to share with you. It's an IT number. By IT, it means that it's our internal IT number. It's 082199. Sorry, it's 082191. I beg your pardon, 082191. So that number, 082191, it's our IT number. So if you have anything IT related, like for instance, your laptop's giving you issues, you are having problems with your BitLocker or your password, you are having, connectivity issues, okay? Yes, it is an internal IT number, 082191. Please know these numbers so that you are able to have better navigation. It's to help you navigate the organization essentially. Okay, sure. So I'm seeing that there aren't questions being posed at the moment, so everyone is okay. I hope that you are still in a good space. I do have two more tours and then we are done. And then we are done on Saskla. I'm seeing that there is a pop-up that just came through. Someone saying, I believe a few of the colleagues asked a question at the beginning of the session in the morning. Are those going to be addressed today or on other days by different SMEs? Okay, I'm just trying to have a look what those questions look like. I wanted to just ask, because I logged off and on again, I can't see the questions. If it's questions that relate to the content that I shared in the past 2 days, then it's definitely something that I can either redirect to any of the presenters that have come through, or if it's my presentations, it's stuff that I can answer. I noticed that there was a question that came through that said, if I remember correctly, that which courses do we need to complete as grads that are joining into the program? So that question I addressed immediately. I made mention that Mbasi would give you clearer context as to which modules, which programs and courses you guys will need to complete. I believe that I was talking about a skills profile, if I'm not, so you can if you don't mind resharing. If it's questions that sit within my portfolio, I'll definitely take up, and if it's questions that sit in a completely different in someone else's portfolio, then my expectation is that SME, which is Umpasi, would address with you guys, and then you can take it from there. Okay, so if you do still have those questions that came up earlier, please share and we can definitely give you direction. Okay, so I will just put up both of my tours right now and take those up before we conclude for the day. So we will start with the data center. I believe that we'll start with the data center. It's a very, very short tour. I just want to show you what that space looks like.
Good day, colleagues. My name is Sandy Lengwegazi. In the technology space, I looked after prepaid and postpaid solution, which is charging. I've been with Vodacom for 2 years now. I'm very glad that you're able to join us for this data center tour, which I'll be carrying out with my colleague, Brian. Thank you.
Hello everybody. So yeah, my name is Brian Julius. I've been with Vodacom now since 2016. I think it's a very exciting time that you guys are joining when Vodacom is moving from a technology side into a digital company. So yeah, so myself and Sadile, we will take you down to the data center, which will introduce you how the equipment looks, what the infrastructure looks, and so forth. So welcome everybody. Let's go down and see how the equipment looks.
Okay guys, let us go down to the basement at the data center.
So we're downstairs in the data center. This is our test lab. So we'll take you through just to have a look inside. Let's go. As my colleague just mentioned, this is where we are doing our testing of all our new products, and then we are also maintaining this infrastructure here, making sure that it runs successfully 24/7. We've got alarming that is in place, that is monitoring all this equipment that is constantly running. We also do maintenance as well when there's a faulty hardware or a disk or a memory or a CPU that needs to be replaced. We are always on call to replace the equipment. And also, this is the infrastructure. It's a replica of what is on the production environment. This is just prototype. There's no live customer information on this environment. And also, we've got, as you can see on the wall, we've got the numbering. We are following the standard of the Vodafone setting up of the environment, so we can know where the equipment is and located. And also, all of our equipment, they are mounted in such a way that there's a cold aisle and the hot aisle, where the air can flow from the cold aisle to the hot aisle as well. Okay guys, so as mentioned by Sadile, we've got hot and cold aisles. So we've got different vendors in the test plant that install the equipment. So Vodacom has specific instructions for compliance how this equipment needs to be installed. And these vendors need to comply to those installation procedures of how Vodacom needs the equipment to be installed. So equipment in the cold aisle, the air will blow up, the air will into the equipment, and from the hot aisle it will blow up at the back of the equipment, and that's how it actually needs to be installed. Other types of work that we're actually looking after is on the IN, we look at the infrastructure, make sure that capacity planning as well, and also, which is very important, we attend war rooms. So basically, if there's any issue on the IN network or across Vodacom network, we as the IN guys also sit in those war rooms, participate to see where the problem is, and also to resolve those problems.
Okay guys, we're going to move from here now to the other side where it's a production site, where there's live traffic running.
Okay guys, so we're here at the production site. So this is where the live traffic is actually running on. So let's take a look inside.
Hi guys, this is our Huawei equipment which was hosting our postpaid environment. Last year around August, we converted the prepaid and the postpaid into one system.
equipment that was running the prepaid system, and this equipment, the vendor that was involved there was Redmi, so they were supporting Vodacom to host the prepaid base of these equipment. So this is the new converged CCS system. So previously you saw the postpaid system and the old prepaid system. This was running Huawei and also Redmi vendors. They were looking after those systems. So for the converged system, Huawei actually won the tender to host the converged system for prepaid and postpaid subscribers. So as you can see, this equipment is much smaller than the previous equipment that we had. So there's a big drive in Vodacom for energy consumption and how for the environment as well. So this is one of the drives that Vodacom actually initiated to have this, to have how we actually host convergence. Okay guys, this is one of the 8 sites that we currently have. We've got in total 8 sites. This is one of them. We've got Data Park, which is the main site, and we've got Florida, which is the replica of Data Park. We've got Centurion, we've got Silverton, we've got Pesekio, we've got Rosley, we've got also Mayorstown site and sites in total. So these sites, they are replicated. The data is replicated to the one side to the other. So for this site here, we've got this customer information, which is replicated in Rosley. So if this site would go down, then we won't lose data. We've got the customer information to Rosley. Basically on this site, we've got a number of 5 million subscribers in total, and then for postpaid subscribers, we've got about 900k. So the prepaid subscriber base is 5 million. So in total, we've got 5.9 million subscribers in this current site. So guys, we're just standing outside the production site. So here you can see that there's a lot of cylinders, which is about 230 gas cylinders up there on site. So if there's any smoke or maybe fire within inside the room, there's an early detection called Vesta. So Vesta will detect the smoke in the room and will actually shut down all the air cons. If the smoke doesn't clear in 2 or 3 minutes, the second and the third sense is being triggered. During that period of time, these gas are being discharged. So those gas is basically to kill all the oxygen within the room. So if during that time as well, then the sense is also being sent through to the fire panel. The fire panel will send through a alarm to the fire department. So guys, let's talk about generators and batteries. So outside we've got 2 generators, that is for redundancy purposes. So each generator has a capacity of 2000 kVAs. And the vendor for those generators is Master Power. So we do like a monthly run of these generators on a monthly basis to make sure that these generators basically starts up. So each generator's capacity of diesel is about 400 liters, but we also got reserve diesel outside, which is about 23,000 liters. The batteries which we've got is also redundant. We've got two power rooms. So we've got secondary and a primary as well. So during the time when there's a power failure, it takes like 1 minute for the generators to kick in. So during that period of time, the battery takes over. So the power fails, battery will take over 1 minute, and then the generators will start up during that time. So we had a situation last year, the 10th of December 2019, where we had a situation in Roslyn where the generators didn't want to start up. So the capacity of these batteries only lasts for 4.5 hours. So the generators didn't want to start up, and 4.5 hours lapsed. So we had a situation which suddenly also mentioned by the BR situation. So we had to like cut over traffic from Roslyn over to this side, which is Midrand. So it took about 20 minutes actually to cut over this traffic. So which is actually a very good time actually to recover the traffic.
So guys, thank you for joining us at the MTN tour. So let's just go back to Julian, which will actually explain more on the technology side of Vodacom.
Okay, that is quite a nice tour. I've attended these tours quite a lot, and I assure you, you will. Yeah, they're just phenomenal. I love the level of expertise that my presenters also share. Because they are quite passionate around this. And someone mentioned that before I started playing the tours, what impact load shedding has when it comes to customers scoring us. At times also as well, customers don't really understand the technical aspects of how we are also impacted when there is load shedding and our generators don't start up, for instance. And things like like power supply also make us vulnerable whenever we have unscheduled system reboots. They also make us vulnerable to hacking also as well. So we needed to actually change the way that we looked at our security when it comes to customer information. And virtual versus physical storage in terms of servers also as well, what that actually looked like, because the last thing that you need is to have a virtual storage and be locked out of your account for whatever reason. So there's quite a lot of dynamics that are at play. But we are an evolving company that's potentially merging into these new verticals and spaces. Maybe in the near future, we'll start selling virtual space to people, that maybe if you take a contract with us, you'll also get an X number of gigs in terms of virtual storage that you can possibly own. Okay. But with that aside, I do have another tour. Kindly note that these tours, we are going to make them available to you should you want to get the full experience, a full understanding around, unpacking, the tours, and if it speaks to the role that you are merging into at the moment. However, I do have another warehouse tour. It's a very, very short tour. It just talks to the logistical side of things and our distribution channel from the warehouse, which is situated in Service Park. So I'll just play that tour right now.
Hello, my name is Lloyd Alvis. I'm the executive head of Vodacom Logistics, and I'd like to welcome you guys to the Vodacom family. I'm sure it must be a bit of a scary feeling for you coming into a new business, but what I can tell you is that it's an exciting, thriving, and a really energetic business. So my responsibility is looking after the distribution of all the handsets, all our SIM cards, and a lot of other stock items that we actually distribute throughout the country to our various customers. Just to give you a brief description of what basically happens here is, here's the actual heart of the business, where we receive a lot of our stock throughout the country from various suppliers, from international countries, and it comes into this facility where it gets arranged and sorted into various locations, ready to be distributed out to our customers. So the picking of the actual stock, the packing and the invoicing all gets done here, packed and ready for our customers. It's then handed over to our courier service, who distributes throughout the country from this single point to our various customers and within the agreed service levels. We also have returns from time to time, so non-deliveries or deliveries which are unsuccessful will get returned back into this facility and back into stock, ready to be resold to our customers. So this is where it all happens, and we hope to see you soon in our facility, checking it out, having a look and seeing what we actually do here. I'd like to welcome you guys on board to what I really deem is going to be a seriously exciting adventure for all of you, and to be part of the culture that we've built over the years, which is basically a can-do culture, a culture that anything is possible, culture that we strive for success, and one that we never give up. So welcome. Hope you guys have got your gloves on, your boots on, and ready to actually make Vodacom the great company that it has been over all these years.
Okay, so that was Lloyd Elvis, and just as an FYI, most of these videos were actually recorded, during COVID, and it's come to, it is an advantage in a way because the spaces still operate, similar to what they did. And I'm seeing that there is someone that's asking there that I'd like to attend, some of these tours myself. Yeah, so talk to me. That's definitely something that we can potentially arrange if you're around Midrand, because that's where these sites are based, and then we'll just take up a conversation around it. However, kindly let me know in the comments box. So what do you think about the two tours that you've seen so far around how customer information is housed and the warehouse also as well? Talk to me. What are your thoughts? What are your takeouts? Yeah. Okay. So while I am still awaiting comments for that, let's have a look at the next item that sits in our agenda, if you don't mind. So this is our absolutely last item, and we are done. I know that sometimes I can, be quite a slave driver. Someone once called me that. But in any case, I just want to stress these rules. And I'm stressing them because they are there to make sure that you are always working in a safe environment. Safety for me is something that's quite important. So please take note of the rules that we have in Vodacom for you. We call these absolute rules, meaning that we always drive safely and legally, and we always wear a safety belt. So please do that at all times. Make sure that you are driving with a safety belt. We do have champions that will make sure that, or people that, in general around our buildings that will, raise flags when you're driving without a safety belt. And it's not there so that it's not necessarily to snitch on you, but it's there to make sure that you are safe at all times. So please, we are custodians. We are all custodians and ambassadors of making sure that we create a safe environment at work. So please adhere to that. We always drive safely and legally, and we never use handheld devices when driving. So please don't use your phone when you are driving. Rather park on the side of the road. And I assure you, I'm also not innocent. I have held handheld devices and, made a phone call or anything like that, but it's a cultural shift. So let's make sure that we move with the times and we make sure that everyone is safe. Can you imagine if you were to, if you'd run over a customer because you were busy on your phone, So that these things are there to ensure that such do not happen. And whenever you are driving on site, please do not exceed 20 km per hour in all of our buildings. And when working at heights, always wear protective gear, attach safety harnesses, and use protective equipment. So if you need to climb up a ladder, whether it's to, for a blind or for anything, please rather call the guys from facilities. The last thing that we need is for you to fall on a ladder, from a ladder rather, and hurt yourself. So please, please, please make sure that you always keep yourself safe and never take any work, whether it's on the street or underground, unless you are competent to do so, meaning that you do have the formal qualifications, you have been trained around that particular aspect. Okay, this includes electricity. Please, if it does happen that you're in the office and your plug just, short circuits and there's sparks everywhere, move away from everything immediately. Rather call someone who's qualified to handle that, to assist you. Okay? And never carry passengers at the back of bakkies or trucks. We do not do that here. And we always drive safely and legally, and we always obey the speed limit. So please ensure that the speed limit is adhered to. Never work under the influence of drugs or alcohol. We do not do that at Vodacom. Make sure that you are always, making decisions, because we're making decisions that enable people. So we need to be always sound when we do make these decisions. Okay. Do never ever carry out work or any electrical equipment unless you're qualified to do so. So I've just stressed on this particular aspect. So please make sure that we do follow absolute rules. You'll see that there's absolute rules across the entirety of our buildings. Doesn't matter which region you sit in, you'll always come across these signs that speak to absolute rules. Okay. And I think, I'm just reading a comment that says, I think it was, okay, so this person is just responding to the tours that they saw. I'm just reading comments at this moment. They're saying that I think that it was interesting to know what happens in the background of certain processes in the company. Thank you very much for sharing that. Thank you. Really, really appreciate it. And, to understand the back end of things is quite important. And the reason that I'm saying it is important, you might be working like myself, for instance, tied to a desk, and a laptop. And, it makes it interesting to know what other people do. Maybe this is not your calling. You see, that's what's unique about Vodacom, is that you can always move around the company. If you want to work in different departments, you can always do that. So it helps to know what other people are doing. What are they working on? Who knows? Maybe the next time that we meet, I might be working in engineering, or I might be working in finance, So possibilities are endless in Vodacom. So I'm just saying that open up your mind. There's quite a lot that Vodacom or a company like Vodacom can offer you as an individual that's coming into the market right now. Don't wear blindfolds in this market, or rather in this industry. Network, know people, speak to people. People are enablers. And I generally speak to everyone. I'll speak to cleaners. I'm friendly to everyone because, I have a very good relationship with some of the people that clean our facilities also as well. I have a good relationship with people that sit in different offices. Because some of these people, you might see someone who's a cleaner or a gardener, and that person is our customer. They do have a Vodacom contract, or they're a potential customer. So that's how I see customers at all times. I look at everyone and I see someone that adds value to me and my company also as well. And remember, my paycheck and your paycheck are tied to how we service our customers. So let's not give them anything but the best service ever. Okay? I think from that, I am good. We are at the end of, our interaction. And yeah, so I'd like us to just do a quick checkout, because we are done. I don't have any more presentations for you or anything to show you. So I'd like us to just do a quick checkout. Please, let's get your hands, typing. Let me know how you found the experience. What are your thoughts? Where's your headspace? I'll just read a few and then we can give it a name and call it a day, hey? How about that? Works for you? I know it works for me. Good? Okay. So I'm looking forward to those comments. So if you can, just let's give it a minute. I'll give you time so that you can type away. What are your thoughts? Where's your headspace? I remember my first time joining. I won't even use other companies' experience. I'll use this particular one. I joined in 2017. So I have about 5 years working in Vodacom. A totally pleasant experience, from my part. I always wanted to work for this team, for Team Red. And the thinking or the reason around it was because I was a contractor at some point, and I used to see, the work ethic around Vodacom, how workers this side, the staff were supported. And I don't know, I just gelled in with the culture, I'm quite cultured. So I look at things like that. And when I see people that enable others to be able to work more efficiently, I see areas that I can grow into. And I love spaces like that. I'm that type of person in general. Okay. So I'm seeing that comments are coming in, which is good. I will start reading in a minute or two. And my journey with Vodacom happens to be a very, very interesting one. I know a lot of people that sit across business, some of them that come in without having formal qualifications, but they do have experience. Some of them do have formal qualifications without any experience. And this company enables, that diversity of people to come through and earn a living while, delivering excellence. So I'm just reading one or two of those comments there. Someone is saying that thanks, really gonna miss the morning jokes. My dry jokes. Oh, okay. Thank you very much for that. I use them to keep myself entertained from time to time and get me back to, to focus. I don't think that work should be, serious all the time. We should play also as well at work. Yeah. But thank you for sharing that. I got to learn much about Vodafone and Vodacom today. I feel like I know Vodacom much better. It's been a great session. Thank you, Zweli. Much appreciated. I appreciate also as well the feedback that I get from you. Thank you. And I'm just reading the next one that says, thank you. It was a superb, super duper lekker session. Okay. Thank you very much for sharing that also. Please throw in more jokes before you leave. More jokes. Okay, sure. I'll see if I can't, just throw in a one-liner. Okay. And one thing is certain. There is a bright future ahead of us. It is only up to us to make use of the opportunity, explore, journey into other areas of the business, and keep growing. It's absolutely exciting. Okay. So it's absolutely exciting to be part of Vodacom. So I'm seeing people that are eager, people that are so happy to be part of our great company. It's always good. Dry jokes are the best. Thanks for the wonderful presentations, really. I just added the wonderful end, but no worries. Thank you very much. I also, enjoy doing what I do. Okay, so I'm just going through some of them. Another productive and very informative session. Thanks, everyone. So, yeah. So, the comments are coming in. Thank you very much for sharing. I can see, I love the fact that you do love these sessions. I'm also, from my end, I also enjoy these sessions. I really, really do. Okay. So, so I'll just read one last one. Presentation, understanding the future of Vodacom and Vodafone will definitely be beneficial for us as graduates. Okay, and so that either way, you might be a graduate that's starting in business right now. There's quite a lot of us that see you more than just a graduate. Some of us see you as the future of this industry, the future of this great company, that you're our future leaders. You are, the future around us moving forward as a company. I'm so appreciative of the fact that this company does have these types of projects whereby you get graduates that come through with fresh ideas, with innovation, with a different mindset that's not, I don't want to use the word influenced. Yeah, I won't use poisoned, but influenced by other external factors, because moving from one company to another and etc. You end up being part of this, of politics that happen in the workspace. I'm so excited. I can't wait to see some of the ideas that you guys are going to roll out. And please speak up, put your hand up. If you see that, or you think that you can add value, you identify spaces that you can add value, put your hand up, move there, assist, work in that particular team. Okay. And I see someone saying, thank you for the presentation, understanding, and the future of Vodacom and Vodafone will definitely be beneficial. So that is the last comment. Okay. So I will stop here for now. I will. Good people, it has been a great pleasure having you in this session. I won't keep you any longer. Please enjoy the rest of your day. I hope that you and I do connect from time to time. If you do meet up with me along the passages, please stop me, even if I'm on a rush or something like that. Say hi and let's have some coffee. Let's talk. Let's network. And if I can introduce you to anyone in business, reach out to me. Let me know so that I can see how I can support you. Other than that, from this sunny side of Randburg, sharp, sharp.
Moom Sauda! Summer is the sport. One we can all win it by unlocking summer with VodaPay. Take Rajesh, Mrajaja, pure composer, as he gets 70% off his holiday shopping.
I am such a champ right now.
Taba, #1 groovist, posting YouTube shorts for 31 Saturdays. Bona, a content queen. Now that's what you call stamina. Nomsa, social media champ, aka Siacheta anytime to mom, unlocking data and airtime to organize a summer get together. This summer, we are not just players. We are all champions. Unlock your summer with VodaPay and get your share of 500 million rand in cash and rewards. Further together, Vodacom.